We released a variety of titles in different genres. This is also another example of things like shooters, brawlers, visual novels, fighting games. It's always something we enjoyed getting involved in different projects across time. The uh, the next hard lesson we learned was in 2016 when one of our titles was it's a game called Galgan Double Peace. It was released on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation Vita initially, and it received a rating of 16 in Europe and a rating of M in the US, M for mature. Now, why do I have E for everyone sexual content there? Because accidentally the PlayStation Vita version was misprinted, as you will see in a second. So the front of the game had the correct rating, M, but the back had E for everyone sexual content, which obviously is not correct. And that led to a couple of problems. One was obviously a very hefty fine from ESRB and a thorough check every time we release a game now. They always check things carefully. And obviously, on the retailer side, retailers were not ecstatic about that. And you had to do a product recall and all of that. I think the lesson learned here is always double and triple check everything, even if you have done so. And then obviously that led to people on the internet asking things like, will the E rating error become a collector's item? And then obviously, of course, it did. And now the game costs about $100 if you want that specific misprinted version. So if you want that, that's how much it's going to cost. And then the final part of the story, which takes us to sort of late 2017, start of 2018, we up until that point we were working with mainly bigger studios and studios that had a long history, sometimes even longer than our own company. That was the sort of first project we got involved with, and that was made by 4 people in Singapore. Now they were all experienced developers. They used to work for Koei Tecmo before establishing their own studio called the Gentle Bros, and they made this little game called Cat Quest, which is a very cute action RPG. I definitely suggest playing it. That was so successful that we ended up releasing a second game in the series, Cat Quest 2. The series has sold more than 1.3 million copies across the board. And what we learned in this occasion was the fact that, and it might be an obvious point, but at the time you don't necessarily realize.
That was me. I was trying to check the camera on. Trying to check the camera.
Turn off your mic.
And as you can see, they come from really so many different places across the world. I think it was like 16 countries last time I counted. Having said that, we have worked with teams from England and Northern Ireland, but never with anyone from Scotland. And that's something that ideally we would like to change, but not just Scotland. Obviously, there's a lot more places where games are made, and we would eventually like to have that map be as purple as we possibly can. So that was all from me today. Thank you for your attention and have a great day.
All
right, thank you for that, Pascalis. That was wonderful. Apologies for the few little technical issues that we had there. Unfortunately, our errors aren't about to become collector's items, though, like yours has. So, very impressed that that was the fallout from that. All right. So next up, we have Jack Greenwood from Eagle Labs, manager of Barclays. A few of you have probably met him before down at Eagle Labs events. It's wonderful to see him away from the Barclays Labs for once. They are a huge supporter of the games industry and helped support many events and often host some really wonderful things down there. So, just give me one sec to find the correct presentation here, and then we will get you started. It's not here, unfortunately, but let's let you go. You're good.
Oh, hello. I don't like public speaking. Not very good at it. We're probably not going to need that clock. It's probably going to be shorter than 10 minutes. But it's nice to see so many faces that I recognise, and from the previous nights as well, not just from other events that we've ran. Um, so it's always nice to start with a bit of a history of Eagle Labs. Partly, why the hell am I here? And what do I do? I'm still working that out, to be honest. So Eagle Lab started back in 2016, and it was from using Dishue's branch space to create a co-working space. The beauty of the talk today is that the co-working space is in Glasgow, so I've got a little bit more to talk about. But yeah, so Eagle Labs is a support and business support mechanism. Ooh, stop shouting. To support tech startups. We have developed across the years lots of different programs in order to help those startups. Every startup tends to have a slightly different journey depending on what industry they're in, and we have created different programs in order to solve that. From helping you understand the funding landscape and get investor ready, we can help you with a funding readiness program, all the way through to looking to go global and look at global connections. However, through that, certain industries have bespoke journeys, and games is one of them. So that's why we have a games and esports team. Admittedly, a team of two. It's not much of a team; it's a very small team. So yeah, what the industries and then games look to do is to look nationally at things rather than locally. So they look nationally at games and what game and how we can support them and how a bank can play a role in helping people in that industry be successful. Ideally, all I want to do is see successful businesses slash games businesses. So yeah, what they do a lot of the time, it's all around bringing people together. At Glasgow, we are super fortunate to have an Eagle Lab, which I can now talk about rather than saying like to everyone else in other cities that it's miles away. So in Glasgow, we have a co-working space. It's 102 desks. It's got a beautiful event space, and we've run some awesome things out of there. We've run a games jam. We've run the Glasgow Games Soapbox. So if you've not been to that, you need to go to it because it's awesome. We've ran launch events for different businesses in the game space. I've had Yuki up. I've had all sorts in there, and it's a space where it's a space for people to come and work, but B, it's a space for people to come and collaborate together and and support each other. Because I don't make games. I'm not an expert in making games. The people in this room are, and those are the people that are going to provide more support than I can in that sort of realm. If you've got an issue with, I don't know, a business issue, then that's where I can step in or signpost or be able to support in that sort of way. But yeah, I don't make games, so I'm not going to pretend I do. Also, oh, mine's gone blank. What was I going to say? Games. A lot. Like I said, I don't do public speaking very often. So yeah, I suppose we should talk about some of the fun stuff that we've got. So we do have a motion capture suit that is free reign on anyone to use as long as you don't break it. That's kind of the rule. Or steal it. That's also another rule. And then we've got a bunch of like custom PCs that I would love to get them used. I think I've got a colleague that says they'd love the next Fortnite to be built there. I doubt that's going to happen, but you never know. I guess you've got to have a dream. So yeah, like, if anyone wants to like come and use the space, let me know. Let's make it happen. And then also from the games guys, they have an expo down in London on the 25th of May. So if anyone wants a free stand, you just got to get there. It's a bit of a pain in the arse, it's London. But if anyone wants a stand or wants to go, it's free to attend. More than happy with that. Just let me know and speak to me. Like, I'm much better in a one-on-one or small groups than a stage and a microphone. So ask me questions. I'll try and answer them. We want to connect people and people to be successful. That's all. The only reason Eagle Labs exists. So yeah, I suppose that the only thing I've really got to say is come and speak to me. I told you I wouldn't need that clock, but I've not got an awful lot more to say. So I will head. Sweet.
Thank you, Jack. All right. I was just under 5 minutes, so time to beat. All right. So next up, we have Ruben Moyler, who is a music supervisor with Universal Production Music and the European lead of Game Scope Audio. Ruben, please, would you come to the stage? And everyone, please welcome him.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? I'm Ruben. That's okay.
There we are.
Perfect. I'm Ruben. As we've already mentioned, I'm a music supervisor. I work for Universal Production Music. We're like a big music library. Our main line of business is getting music on like TV shows and adverts and films and stuff. But it's been my personal mission to get more and more into the games side of things. As I'm also bit of a gamer too. In fact, I just got my first gaming PC and trying to figure it out. I'm not very technically minded, but it came without an operating system, so I had to figure that one out. That was fun. But yeah, we've got this new project called Gamescape Audio. So I'm here to talk just a little bit more about that and give you a little overview of it. Just about what it does, how it might be useful to you, and what we want for it in the future. So this is our little tagline. We're all about kind of immersive media, using music as a way to kind of get more engaged into games, and to just create better environments inside of them too. I'm going to show you a quick video now, just summarizing what we do. Great video. There are definitely some keyboards that aren't working in it as well. It's got a couple of our team members from the LA office in there. And although they can sound a little bit cheesy at times, they're great people, trust me. So yeah, keep an eye on those keyboards and have a look at this.
Gamescape is a revolutionary service.
A full audio direction service for game developers of every level.
It is a first of its kind interactive music licensing solution. Gamescape uses the creative and technical language of game developers.
It has states, it has stems, it is already implemented into a middleware engine.
It saves you precious time and gives the creativity back to you and your team.
What's different about Gamescape is that we aren't just a service, but that we're a service along with a first of its kind catalog of music designed and developed and written just for games.
We anticipate game developers having a new perspective on how to engage with music as an asset of their game development and not a struggle to fit music into their game.
No catalog has ever been created from the ground up specific for video games.
We are Gamescape Audio, transforming the future of immersive media and gaming.
Excellent. Did you see the buttons that weren't working? I can't take my eyes off it. So who are we? So I've said we're Universal Production Music, right? We've worked with some great games companies in the past doing music for their like trailers and promos and some of their in-game placements too. And we've also partnered up with Imperial Sound and Music, who are the guys that you just saw there, who have done some incredible original music as well as sound design for some great games, Marvel vs. Capcom being my absolute favorite. And so we kind of teamed up to start this library, which no other kind of production music company has touched anything like this before. It's very unique, and we're super excited about it. The library isn't just linear music that starts and finishes like we all know it. It comes in lots of different states and stems, like we mentioned, and it's infinitely loopable. comes with all of its different sound effects and hits and stings and all these other fancy things. So yeah, we're all about being interactive. A game state, I may well be preaching to the choir here, so please forgive me, but I found these gifs of a corgi that really help demonstrate it. So we're talking about music that will change as you use it. You know, the demonstration ones that we have are a menu state, an explore state, and a battle state. So here's just a little example of a bit of the music. And as you go forward, it'll get a bit more intense, and your jetpack will start working, and you'll start flying around and breaking boxes and stuff. And then all of a sudden, you'll find a scary looking robot shooting when he explodes, and you get a smiley face. I think it is. Anyway, Gamescape Audio is a lot more than the catalog as well. It's the core of the offering, but we've partnered up with Imperia because they are fantastic at what they do, and their tagline is, if it comes out of a speaker, they can do it. So we're talking about not only the catalog, but also you know, great sound effects, great voiceovers, anything that you can need. The production of the music is all kind of focused around gaming music. Kind of spans from everything from like puzzle game stuff to big old battle scores and all the rest of it. It's really great stuff. I really enjoy listening to it. The other great part of it is that it's all kind of cleared worldwide. You're not going to get a knock on the door in 10 years and have some PRS guy asking you for more money or anything like that. You're not going to get YouTube takedowns or anything when someone tries to market your game for you or anything. It's all completely cleared and ready to go. Audio direction as well. We have a global network of great artists and composers, people like me, people like the guys you saw in the video, that are all music professionals and love games. Is kind of the main criteria for working with Gamescape, but we're able to kind of help you out or not help you out in whichever way you want. So the full service is great. It's something that we really take pride in. It's very bespoke kind of to each partnership that we have. We want to make sure that we're not kind of stepping on toes here. We want to make sure that we're not cutting off hands of composers, because at the end of the day, they're our bread and butter at the same time. We have a massive variety of genres in there. We have post-production services too. And yeah, like I've said, the most refreshing part of it all for me is I get to take a load off and go, the licensing is super easy. We also have some great songwriters that work for Universal that are published through us, and turns out they're massive gamers too. So I don't know if anyone in here is a Rina Sawayama fan. Anyone? Hands up? Nothing? No, got a couple. That's great. She's turns out is a massive gamer. She was also in John Wick 4, which was news to me. I haven't seen it yet. But she is so excited about the concept of Gamescape because she's not naturally a video games composer, but she would love to do that. And this is kind of an option to help her get into that kind of side of things. And she's so into the concept of having like a fully interactive album. And we've got a few other people on our catalog that are similar minded. So it's a really exciting project. We're really excited to get also more into the hands of indie gamers. We know that, you know, Universal is a big scary name, and that it comes with the big scary globe, and you know, you think of theme parks and things like that. The great thing about Gamescape Audio is it's as flexible as the music is, right? So if you need this much of it, if you need it front to back, you can have it, and you know, it scales that way too. What else have we got here? Yes, so it's also one of the things where we can offer you the music. If you're working on a beta, you just need something to sit there for now. Do you know what I mean? We know that sometimes you just need something to help you get a better vision for your game. That's how we can do things too. But yeah, let's be honest, guys. At the end of the day, I'm here to talk to you, but also I'd love to hear from you about what's going on. I want to know what music you're listening to. I want to know how you're using music, or if you are at all. I want to know more about sound design. Currently, all of our stuff is in WISE files. We're getting Fmod on the way. There's a few other things too. But yeah, please come and find me. Talk to me about your favorite music. Talk to me about your favorite games. I'm personally constantly talking about the next Legend of Zelda game. So if you want to talk to me about some theories about that, that would also be fun. But yeah, that's pretty much it from me. So do come and find me afterwards, and I'd love to chat to you a bit more. Cheers.
Thank Thank you very much, Ruben. All right, so that takes us to our next break. Just left for me to say a couple of thank yous again to our sponsors. So a big shout out to 4J, Team Terrible, and Plus Accounting. Thank you very much for supporting us, and you are free to go to the bar. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to get started again with our next wee block here, which will be quite short. We've only got a couple of people going to speak, and I know that the smell of the food is probably going to be far too good, so we'll get this through quickly so you can get into the food. But first up, we have a fantastic speaker who is joining us today. I want everyone to give a warm welcome to David Salmon, who is from Green Man Gaming, a senior product marketing manager, has been nominated for Digital Distributor of the Year at MCV Develop. Everybody, please put your hands together and welcome David to the stage.
Hello. Yeah, so thanks so much for your time today, guys. Really appreciate it. I thought I'll sort of give you a bit of a Kickstarter about sort of who I am first. So I started in the gaming and ent space back in 2011. And I've managed to sort of gain sort of a ton of experience working for various agencies and publishers. So I started working for sort of 2 media agencies and sort of the start of my career. And I worked with a variety of different gaming clients. So just to kind of give you an example of sort of who I worked with. So Bethesda, Activision, Namco Bandai, Codemasters, if some of you guys might remember them, Konami, I think they're still around as well. So yeah, I worked with some really cool clients over my time there. And then I sort of decided that I wanted to leave gaming for good. I was kind of sort of done with it. I was done with agency work. And I just thought, you know what, let me try sport. Not that I'm a massive sports fan, but I decided to work for a company called DAZN. So I don't know if you guys have heard of them, but they're like a sort of sports streaming platform, a little bit like Netflix for sport. And I joined them very much when they were in their infancy. So back in 2016, I think it was. And check my CV on that. So I did that for a bit, and then to be honest, I just really miss gaming. And my old boss got back in touch with me and said to me, Dave, there's this really cool marketing role happening at Square Enix. And I thought, you know, you'd be really good for it. So definitely put your name in the hat. And I did, and I was really lucky. So I was the UK marketing manager at Square Enix. I did that for about 4.5 years. I then left Square Enix, joined Take-Two Interactive, and worked for 2K Games. And I was the senior product marketing manager there as well. Did that for a bit. And then now I'm at Green Man Gaming. So I've only been at Green Man Gaming for 3 weeks now. So yeah, any sort of hard questions, like you might have to email them across so I can get back to you on them. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of a bit about me. Next up, I've got like a little sizzle. It's like a 30-second sizzle of just who Green Man Gaming are. I did this yesterday. There was no sound, so hopefully there's sound today. Yeah, so let's go. Yes. Cool. So just a bit of an intro to sort of who we are, if some of you aren't aware. So we're a global e-commerce and technology business in the video game sector. And we were actually founded back in 2010 by our founder, Paul Sullock. So we actually sort of comprise of sort of 3 main divisions. So we have publishing. So publishing is the sector that I work in. And what we do is we work with independent studios, and we help basically bring their games to market to the masses. And the way we do that is that we help them with their marketing, with their PR, with their social. We also work with a sort of ton of influencers as well to really help promote those games, and then also from a trade point of view as well. So that's kind of the division that I work in. And then what we also do is we have our sort of our bread and butter, and this is our retailer or sort of e-commerce store. So we're in 195 different countries. We have about 10,000 digital products available. So definitely worth checking out. There are some really competitive prices on there. And so that's kind of like our sort of bedrock. That's kind of where the company is sort of derived from. And then we also have our sort of our distribution arm as well. So what we do here is we act as a distributor for third-party studios. So what we do is we promote their games on behalf of them, and we distribute them to about 150 different retailers worldwide. So that's a bit about Green Man Gaming. But I'm here to talk to you about publishing, because obviously this is where I work. And some of you might be sitting in the crowd. You might be an independent on your own, or you might work for a studio, and you're looking to sort of create this passion project of yours and bring it to market. But before you do so, the advice here for me is to really sort of get your house in order. And the way you do that is by first of all planning. And you might know how to do the basics of planning, but it's all about sort of the nitty-gritty detail of how you sort of come to finalize your plan. So the way you do that is, looking at, okay, what sort of game are you building? How long do you think it will take to finish your game? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Is it 18 months? What are those key milestones that you need to take to sort of finish that game? And then on that, it's how will you fund your company as well. So how will you pay for staff? If there are staff, what sort of equipment do you need to sort of run your company? Is there going to be an office? And then as part of that is looking at the development side as well. So, how will you pay for your studio? How will you pay for the tech? Any sort of AI, any sort of equipment you think that you need to sort of build your game? And then, once you've sort of worked on this passion project of yours and, you spent a ton of time, that's great. But then how do you reach those gamers? How do you get the game to sell? How do you sort of get it to people's hands? And that's kind of where the distribution point lies. So, how do you get maximum eyeballs on your game? How do you make sure that they can freely access it and the descriptions are right, and you've got the right imagery, and you've got the right key art and the right trailers? And then part of that as well is how do you then secure the studio's future as well? So, your game might be 6 months, it might be 12 months long, but then what happens after that? So with every beginning, there's an end. And it's always looking at, okay, well, what comes after that? So are you looking at certain DLC that you're looking to produce? Are you looking to build some sort of MTX model to have some sort of contingency plan that sustains you beyond that? So that might even be a V2 of the game. But I think sort of part of that is what's really important to sort of take away from this is that there are around about 50,000 games on Steam right now. So there's a ton of games. Visibility is huge here. Everyone's fighting for attention. And, the algorithm is really, really tough. For you to be as visible. And that's kind of like where sort of my department and kind of like where publishing can really help. So the way we help is we help with funding, we help with the development and the support. So any sort of help that you need from us that you need to help sort of build your game. We also help in the distribution sector as well. So that's kind of like what I just sort of spoke about. The marketing as well. So that's sort of like a bottom-up approach on how we help with marketing. And then also with partnerships as well. So we work with first-party platforms, so PlayStation, Xbox, but also third-party platforms as well. So that might be a hardware company, someone like, say, HyperX or Logitech, anywhere where we can sort of achieve sort of greater amplification of your game. And we sort of do that in sort of 3 main stages. So sort of your standard game has like your pre-launch, your launch, and then your post-launch phase. So with the pre-launch phase, it's very much, like I said, it's all about sort of helping with the funding, the localization, the Q&A. It's all really about helping sort of drive that awareness within that marketing. So we help with PR, marketing, community, and influencers as well. And then when you get to the launch phase as well, this is all about sort of retail distribution. It's all about the placement of your listings. It's all about having the right pricing model as well. So most games, if you're an indie, sometimes it's quite difficult to work out, how do you price yourself? Are you undercutting yourself? Are you overcharging? And that's kind of where we can really help as well. And then when we get to the sort of the post-launch stage as well, this is kind of where we help with retail channel management planning and promotional sales as well. So there are a ton of sales that happen year in, year out. Which sales you want to be part of, which ones don't you want to be part of, how do you price yourselves, etc. But I think sort of anecdotally, like one thing to sort of really take away from this is that even if you do have your game on Steam right now and it might be a great success, but third-party distribution is really key here. It can really add around about sort of 20 to 30% on top of your current sales. So just something sort of worth bearing in mind if you are going to go it alone. And like I said, you might not need all of this from the publishing side. You might need some of it, but definitely do get in touch if there's anything I can help with. That's my email address. That's the QR code. I don't know if it works. You can try it now. But that's everything from me. I'm off. I'm on a plane soon, so I won't probably catch you at the bar. But yeah, feel free to ping me an email or find me on LinkedIn. Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you very much for that. So, folks, next speaker is me. Um, and I don't have a fancy presentation, and this is going to be fairly short. I'm going to be giving Jack a bit of a run for his money on getting the shortest presentation tonight. I'm just going to just talk about a couple of things that I'm involved with, and hopefully not keep you too long. First up, one thing that I've been involved with quite a long time, and I'm talking about this first because timing wise, it's the most pertinent right now. There is a mentoring scheme called Limit Break. Now, if anyone was at the talks that were last held, you would have heard Anissa speaking about Limit Break as the creator of it. Limit Break is currently open for our 2023 cohort. So if you are in any underrepresented group at all, and this is inclusive of people who are have disabilities or are neurodiverse now as well, we do welcome you to come and sign up to Limit Break. Limit Break has offered so many opportunities to so many people to not only get their first start in the industry, but also to move up within their careers and get a leg up to moving on to bigger and brighter things in their careers. It's a fantastic mentoring scheme for all people of underrepresented backgrounds within the games industry. It's open for anyone at all to be a mentor as well. So if you have 5 years experience under your belt, it doesn't even necessarily need to be all 5 years working in the games industry, but 5 years at all, and you are welcome and please invited even to sign up to become a mentor with Limit Break and help others to move forward with their careers. Honestly, it is such a fantastic thing for people to do. The other thing that I'm involved with is Save Points, which is a little group that I've founded 3 years ago now, which is open for all folks of underrepresented genders in the video games industry to create a community and build a safe space. And we do all kinds of fantastic events around the world. We do in-person stuff and we do online stuff as well. Monthly online meetups, and we do big sort of mixers at larger events. So we have one that's going to be happening at Develop Brighton this year. We're planning something around PAX West. Yeah, we hope to bring people together in a space where they no longer feel like the odd one out. Because quite often, unless you've been in that situation, you don't understand how weird it can be. So we're trying to create a space where you don't feel that odd. And honestly, it's so powerful for everyone when you're in that space to be able to communicate and feel relaxed and feel safe. If you have anyone in any of your companies or friends who are within underrepresented genders, then we do welcome you to let them know that we exist. And we would love to meet them. And yeah, that's it from me. So very, very quick. Last couple of points though, I do want to remind everyone that we are raising money for charity tonight. Although the raffle has ended, you are still welcome to donate to add some money to this wonderful cause. We'll be putting up the details on how to donate in just a little bit while everyone is having their break. And yeah, said the magic word break there. We are about to have our break. For anyone who has a food ticket, you are welcome to come and grab yourself some food as well. And yeah, we will meet up again in 45 minutes to start the talks. Everyone, thank you and enjoy.
Sorry, I'm not talking. Get food.
Hello? Hi, everybody. Right, we're going to get started again in just a sec. I just wanted to make sure everyone's had a chance to scan the QR code here and give to the charity. We will be clearing the screen in just a sec, but we will give you more information on that later. I hope everyone's had a very lovely dinner. We are about to start our next block of talks here. So if everybody is settled and ready to go, we'll give you a second to get comfortable and then we'll begin. All right. Okay, so next up we have Hooray! Next up, we have Yemi Scott, who will be coming up to speak to y'all. Yemi is the founder and CEO of XRology, a Web3 design consultancy that is based in Aberdeen. And Quirky Couture, a fidgetical? I'm totally going to mess that word up. Fashion label with an immersive retail integration. Everyone, please give Yemi a warm welcome as she comes to stage.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, we have two presentations here. We're just finding the right one. Anywho, a short introduction. I'm wondering why you think, why is a Web3 person talking about games and how does it even apply to us? So my background is in digital media. However, my first experience with gaming was at the age of 7. I remember playing games like Prince of Persia. Um, I, that kind of dates me. It doesn't matter. I still identify as a Gen Z. So I'm playing games like When the World is Coming to Django. I knew by at the age of 10, I had read the first, so the 12th volume of the encyclopedia back to back because I was gaming. I had to look for information just to play games. And that is why my passion for gaming has always grown. And then when I found fashion, I knew that there had to be a way for me to marry what I love so much, and I found that in digital fashion. Now, for the digital part, I'm not going to bore you guys. But first of all, before I start to talk about NFTs, because I know that that is very dicey subject currently. I mean, everybody knows what's going on in the crypto market, and we have seen how the space has kind of been like the wild, wild west currently. So, anybody trading in NFTs here? Anybody doing any crypto? No, good. Keep your money. Until I'm done with telling you why fashion NFTs will be the way to go because they are the easiest things to gamify. Because digital assets, I need something. Oh, sorry. Here I am. Okay, because fashion NFTs, what are they? Fashion NFTs just simply mean wearable fashion that are digital assets. I use it to create fashion NFTs. You need softwares like Marvelous Designer, Browseware, just in case you haven't heard of them. They're in the market. The luxury line is starting to pay attention because it is really starting to be very popular. And NFTs, as you might have encountered a few NFTs like Bored Ape. They're normally very flat 2D images. They really have no utility. They're just crazy looking graphics sometimes, and most of what the problem has been within the NFT space is that there has been no utility within the NFT. Like you just purchase and then you have them, but they don't do anything. They don't do anything other than look like beautiful screensavers. However, because fashion is something that we all interact with, we all touch fashion. You don't have to be fashionable, but you need to at least wear some underwear. Wear your jeans, wear your whatever it is you have to do. You have to interact with fashion, and because fashion is so tangible, it is such a vital asset, not just for humanity, also for game characters. I know I used to play games where I would spend my game tokens buying stuff that I wanted to look good in, even though nobody else saw me except my fellow NPCs. I just wanted to go in there looking very fabulous. And when I went into Second Life for the first time in 2016, that was when I realized the potential that digital assets could have within the game environment. And why NFTs? Why the fashion? Why are we trying to get the gaming industry to start to look into these spaces? And there are already games that are doing this. There are games that are currently running on the blockchain. You have Wilder World. You have games like even Decentraland. Mark Zuckerberg tried to do that with Horizons, but it kind of failed woefully. And that's not because the metaverse is not something that is real. It's because he did not understand the space. The Web3 space is all about community, and there's no better way to create community than using digital assets. Gamers like to see somebody that looks like them in the game, even if you spot the same power-ups, you're wearing the same even Fortnite. You imagine playing in Fortnite and I don't like Fortnite, by the way. I think it's crazy. And I go in there and you see somebody wearing a similar asset as you. I think you kind of feel some kind of kinship within that. So gaming is not just about just acquiring the assets, it's about building community around the NFTs. Because if you do not have community around your NFTs, you really are not going to get far. I'm just saying. Now my case study is I'm going to be using the Grand Theft Auto because that is my. I said it. This is day 3. I'm going to say it again. It's the best franchise out there. Yes, we had to wait 10 years to get the next one, but I don't mind. It's worth every wait. And imagine if Grand Theft Auto. I mean, the game already has a community that is massive, and it's already open world, it's metaverse ready. And if imagine if Grand Theft Auto 6 came out as an open world metaverse game that allows digital creators, that means every gamer has an opportunity to create their own wearables, their own NFTs, and then trade them in the game environment. Imagine driving down to Los Santos or San Andreas. For those that do not play GTA, I'm sorry. And these are worlds that already exist, and you can stop in at a store that is your favorite NFT creator. Maybe you have somebody that has assets in Dress X or something, and then you can go into that store, purchase that NFT, own that NFT, and then possibly get that as a digital asset. I saw you struggling with that one. Phygital just simply means assets that exist both as a physical and a digital piece. Fashion is the only thing that is able to do that. Imagine when you have things like AI generated sneakers that have been 3D printed. You put that in a game environment where gamers also, or a gamer has decided that, oh, you know what? I like this Lego aesthetics and I want to throw in a bit of supersonic into my sneakers. And then they prompt something with the AI, and then they take that image or that 3D as, and then they mint it as an NFT. And not only are they minting it, they also have an opportunity to make that a sneaker using a 3D printer. Suddenly you have products. You don't have just an NFT, you have something that has value, because every time you trade that NFT, the value increases. So what are we trying to say? Can we also do that within the game environment where gamers are not just spending hours? And I know how many hours I spend playing games. Yes, you get game rewards, but what does your reward do? I know people that have spent. I could easily spend 10 hours just gaming, but what do you get from me? Your time has been spent. But what if you could monetize that time that you spend in that game, creating something that you can build community around it? Why the blockchain? Because the blockchain provides something that we are still struggling to accept as humanity, and that is a decentralized autonomous system. The blockchain provides an opportunity where you can secure your NFT, because every time you mint an NFT, you have a fingerprint on it. So for those that do not do NFTs just simply mean non-fungible tokens. It means that they are trading in a blockchain. What does the blockchain do? It gives you an opportunity to create like a copyright on your own ideas and your own design. So it simply generates a smart contract in the back end. And that means that you own your stuff. Nobody's going to come later in life and say, I did that. Nope. It already exists on the blockchain. The blockchain gives you an opportunity to have record, and nobody changes that. Thank you. I see how, yeah. So that is why we're saying, because when you have an NFT, you're not just creating an asset, you're creating something that is tangible. It exists, it lives, it will constantly live on the blockchain, and you can track everywhere that your NFT goes to. You know who owns it at every single time. Um, Now, this that asset on the far right, right, that was designed for Balmain. So, in case it seems a bit far fetched, no, the fashion industry is looking into this. Gucci has a store in the metaverse called Zepeto. In case you guys have been hearing about the metaverse fashion week, it is a thing. It exists. They just had an event last month. It was massive. There was a turnout in the Central Land with big name luxury brands putting out their NFTs. Yes, indeed, we are still struggling as to how do we price the NFTs? How do you price a digital asset? Because you cannot trade a digital asset for, I mean, one Bitcoin. That's almost like £30,000. It makes no sense. However, if your NFT had utility and it was created by you, an independent person, and it's within a game environment, it's easy for it to be something that will want to be a collectible within that game world. And I did do I created something. You don't have to go into it, but if you can scan the QR code. There is an NFT that is placed. Sorry for those watching live, I did not mention this. You can access it. It's geotagged to this particular location. I have moved this NFT asset between Dundee, Edinburgh, and now it's here. And I will move it out eventually. So if you can, if you do want to, it's okay. But what this shows is the opportunities that these assets can give you, an opportunity to share augmented reality, to be able to interact with designs, and eventually we'll hope that the future that we can actually start to co-create with people, because everything will be on like an augment, like an overlay over reality. And in conclusion, just to say, driving innovation, interoperability for NFTs, interoperability just or interoperable. The word always gets into my, yeah. Interoperable simply means that we need systems to start to speak to each other. We need them to be seamless. We need to be able to move stuff from Unity straight into Unreal Engine and take it out again, put it into Cinema 4D, take it into Substance, whatever it is we need to do. We need systems to speak to each other. We need everything to be connected, because that's where it becomes easier for creators and designers and within the game environment to not just share assets, but share ideas and build and co-create a game environment that is not just the publisher, but it is user-generated content. And with that, I say thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Yemi. It was wonderful. Next up, we will have Ross Alexander, who is joining us from Avalanche Studios Group. Ross is a senior narrative designer who has worked on Rage 2, The Hunter Call of the Wild, and also on Avalanche's upcoming game, Contraband. So let me just quickly find your presentation here. Here we go. And then invite you to the stage. You can come up. It's fine. Everyone, please give a big welcome to Ross. There we are.
Hi there, folks. I apologize in advance. I'll be staring at this laptop often and gesturing as much as I can, but all my notes are on here. Okay, so welcome to Finding Space for Stories, Crafting Meaningful Narratives for Mechanics-Led Games. So what do I mean when I say mechanics-led games? The slide behind me shows a scale with examples of what I'd call narrative-led games on the left and mechanics-led games on the right. You can see that the narrative-led category trends towards games with simpler core loops, while the mechanics-led titles are entirely built around gameplay. The term mechanics-led covers a lot of territory, and of course, just because they're mechanics-led doesn't mean they have poorly crafted narratives. Rage 2 has motion-captured cinematics and hours of voiceover, but it was marketed on over-the-top traversal and combat. Games like Tetris and Mario Kart don't even have stories, and so they're very good examples of what I'd call mechanics-led games. So, what lessons have I learned from creating narratives for these mechanics led games? While it's a very well established aspect of interactive media, authored storytelling can be seen as a luxury by game development teams. This can lead to narrative becoming something to eventually get around to, which typically results in narrative specialists joining the team late on in the process. This in turn leads to floating assumptions made by the team about what the narrative will be, which can lead to fundamental narrative decisions being made in the absence of any narrative design at all. One term that has become especially painful for me to hear is narrative wrapper. I understand that a game is built around a core of fun gameplay with narrative added on top, but the word wrapper suggests something disposable that contains the game that you actually want to play. If you are a narrative designer who joins a project after this mindset has taken hold, it can add extra challenges. For me, it manifested as concern that I was only there to tick a box rather than make a meaningful contribution. Nobody wants to make filler. One way of countering this mindset is the establishment of narrative champions on your project. These people represent the interests of a project's narrative in meetings, as well as in the informal spaces like lunch chats, after work drinks, or team five-a-side football games. While your project's narrative specialist should always be a champion for the game's narrative, there's no need for them to do it on their own. And these lessons can be useful for anyone who considers themselves a narrative champion. So, the earlier you bring specialists into a game's development, the more scope and quality they can bring to their corner of the project. When your team doesn't have a narrative specialist, this is when narrative champions need to hold the fort and advocate for narrative choices until backup arrives in the form of someone who formally represents the project's narrative. Even once a narrative specialist has joined, that doesn't mean that your narrative champions just retire. After all, your narrative designers and writers can't make it to every single meeting, and I can tell you that most of us do not enjoy five-a-side football games. Getting your narrative designers and writers involved in the process from early on in a project will allow them to create a narrative that grows alongside your mechanics instead of feeling tacked on or applied like a wrapper. Interdisciplinary dynamics will also benefit from a team that starts off together and grows into the project. This process gives everyone a sense of equality and greater ownership over their own work instead of inheriting a responsibility halfway through a project. In contrast, if your narrative specialist is brought into a project once its foundation has already been established, you will have some of the challenges that I've alluded to previously. Instead of being a part of the established workflow where people are used to you taking up space, you can feel like an interloper, a meddler, someone whose presence makes work tougher for those around you. From my own experience, I can tell you that even the most reasonable requests can feel like excessive demands when you join a project late. As much as your colleagues knew that they were going to have a narrative designer eventually asking them to do things, remember that the difference between a hypothetical narrative and the one that you actually want to create is quite a big difference. And you can join and feel very hemmed in by the assumptions that the team has made before you even join the project. As any experienced developer knows, cooperation is key to any project. When you're telling stories in an environment where the game's focus is already established as mechanics-led, you are going to need allies to help you create the narrative experiences that you want to deliver. The dismissively labeled soft skills in your arsenal become incredibly important here. It's not that your teammates necessarily disagree with your proposals, sometimes they do, but your idea could mean sacrificing another feature. It's not exclusive to narrative by any means, but leave your ego at the door. Being a team player unlocks doors that you may otherwise be tempted to batter through instead. If you've made good alliances within your team, the next time you've got an ambitious idea to pitch to your producer or to the wider team, people will be more receptive to what you have to say. If there are other members of your team who have an interest or passion for narrative design, do not hesitate to enlist them, bring them in, and use them as a sounding board for your plans. Blue sky thinking is great, but even the best concepts need to be reined in by constraints. Conversely, you can stifle your own ambitions due to a lack of confidence or a fear that you're being seen as demanding or naive. I've certainly been guilty of self-sabotaging based on assumptions that a project wasn't going to allow me to do things. If you can gauge the expected quality level ahead of time, use this information to establish a standard that you are personally happy with. It will be your benchmark when discussing standards with the wider team. It's good to be ambitious and respectfully question assumptions about where your narrative is constrained. But remember that if a game is selling itself on its mechanics, you need to pick your battles wisely. On my first project as a solo narrative designer, I joined with just a few months left before I had to be finished completely hands off with the work. I was to create a standalone narrative for a well established mechanics led game. The setting and gameplay had already been established, and I was given total control over the story, character, and missions. I felt totally in over my head, having been given all the freedom to tell a story, but none of the tools to actually build it. I started by going with the grain and letting the mechanics lead my story somewhere. The game was an open world experience where players could explore a beautiful environment filled with wildlife and a few bespoke landmarks that existed without any context. I immediately picked these landmarks as locations for my missions. After all, if it's where the art and game design team are focusing their efforts, doesn't it make sense that they'll be the most polished and exciting places to go and visit? This was my first experience of pushing a symbiotic dynamic where I could incentivize players to visit these beauty spots that had been so lovingly created by the team long before I joined the project. In return, my stories had dramatic and unique backdrops where I could deliver impactful story beats. Once again, not exclusive to narrative, but the biggest lesson I learned as a latecomer solo narrative designer to a project was to get my requests into art and audio as early as possible. They will thank you, your producers will thank you. Whether it's a bespoke tire track texture that you need to lay evidence in a conspiracy, or the sounds of gunfire in the distance to raise the tension, you'll have dependencies that can make or break your story. Going with the grain is great, but eventually you will need something specific that has to be custom made. I've spoken so much about integrating and cooperating with your fellow developers, but what about the most important people? The players. When you join a team to make DLC for an already successful title, it can be a little intimidating at first. The insecurities you may feel within a team that's focused on mechanics will naturally extend to how you feel about the players and your assumptions about them. Some player research came to light on one of my projects, telling us that the players didn't like having the core gameplay loops in the missions, as they preferred to enjoy the game their way and not be constrained by objectives. This defined a line between what the game is designed to deliver and the story that we tell in our game. As much as I hated when it was considered a narrative wrapper, the need to detach narrative from the entire reason that people came to play the game made things much more difficult. My main learning from this experience was that it's not a good idea for your narrative to steer players away from what they love about the game. It was better to make a story for the players who choose it and doesn't encroach on the experience of those who just want to do their own thing. I saw that if players were given a break in the story every now and then, they would take it, and then eventually they'd find their way back whenever they were ready. This no-pressure approach to storytelling hopefully minimized the frustration of players who just wanted to go and shoot things and didn't care about completing objectives. Even if the challenges involved in making narratives for mechanics-led games are a lot to deal with, and they are, the good news is that it's always worth the effort. My main takeaway from my experience on this set of DLCs was this. Even if only a fraction of the players will see your story through to the end, you need to make the best story that you can for them. These people do exist, and a well-told story is an essential part of the experience for them. Numbers don't show the whole picture. Even if they're in the minority, the players who are passionate about your contribution will always remind you that your work is someone's favorite part of the games that you make. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that fantastic talk. All right. Next up tonight, we have Stephen Mayer, who is joining us from Glasgow Children's Hospital Charity. Please come up and tell us more about your wonderful cause. Do you have a presentation? Let's get you. few that don't. One sec while I get this. Keep losing the mouse. There we go. Over to you.
Great. I'd just like to say a massive thank you to anyone who bought a raffle ticket over the last couple of days. Hope you were a winner. Think it's around about £1,700 raised for Children Hostel, the ones that I'm about to tell you about. So I'd just like everyone to repeat that round of applause for everyone that participated in that. Right, so I'm Stephen. I am a marketing and communications officer at the charity. We are essentially an organisation that for 20 years has been giving money to this place. Well, not this exact place because we used to be the old York Hill, but since 2015, this has been our home, the Royal Hostel for Children in Govan. And a lot of what we do is to help out the hostel with their play budget. We give £500,000 a year to help fund things like special visits to the hostel at Christmas, arts and crafts. We fund the play workers that are on every ward, helping hostel be a more fun and welcoming space during a time that ordinarily might be quite distressing for young folks. But a lot of what we do is actually centered around gaming. We have funded and secured 5 gaming carts that can be wheeled around the wards into patients' rooms. This means that they can essentially game from their bedside. We also help fund virtual reality in certain areas of the hostel, such as the Schehallien Cancer Ward. But we feel that there's so much more that can be done to help kids game in hospital. With 500 children coming to this place every single day and only 5 of those gaming carts that I mentioned, you can see how some might unfortunately miss out. And Games for the Wains is a new campaign where gamers are going to band together and help secure more of that kind of equipment. But it also matters who you play with. And this is Benji, who I'm about to tell you about in a minute. But children like Benji want to play with a fellow gamer who understands games the way they do. They don't want to be with a play worker who, they won't mind me saying this, are sometimes driving the wrong way around Rainbow Road, or in a first-person game they're spinning around like this and don't really know what they're doing. So actually hiring a gamer to play with kids like Benji, we feel would be a massive step. We don't know of any other hostel in the UK, certainly, and even further afield than that are planning something as ambitious as this. We want Glasgow to be the best hostel in the world for gaming. I'm now going to show you 5 different patients who would benefit from something like that. So I'll start with Lucas in the top right. Lucas is clearly a big PlayStation fan. That was not planned for him to wear the PlayStation jammies when we went in for filming. He has a rare gastro condition, and he also has autism, so he likes to wear his headphones while he's gaming. He's a big football fan. I've heard there's an important game this weekend at Hampden, so I won't tell you what team he supports just in case it alienates anyone. But Lucas was playing FIFA when we went in. He was scoring goals, commentating, giving the virtual referee some stick as well. But he plays alone right now. And we feel that by having a gamer in hospital who understands his autism, understands the ways he likes to play and likes to communicate, would go some way to helping him feel a little bit more comfortable. Cassie in the bottom left, she has cystic fibrosis, which means that she plays her own Xbox in her room, but she can't really leave her room and interact with other patients and go in common spaces like the playrooms where the consoles might be because of the infection risk. So by having a gamer in hospital who could, even if it's a call in the morning, they could plan Minecraft builds and give Cassie something to work towards for the rest of the week, and hopefully help stave off those feelings of loneliness or isolation that might come about otherwise. Benji, I mentioned a few minutes ago, is a cancer patient. He came down from Inverness, about 200 miles. If you have a specialised cancer treatment sort of plan, Glasgow is probably the only place that you can go in Scotland. Um, so Benji is a massive Mario fan. He's got his Yoshi there, a Mario Kart T-shirt that you might be able to see there in the picture, and Super Mario Odyssey in the background. He took great delight in showing me all his different outfits for that. But we just feel we were obviously in for the afternoon when we were filming with these patients. We obviously had to say goodbye at the end, and he was very upset and wanted us to stay for much longer. Having a gamer that he could interact with every day until such time as he's able to go back up to Inverness and rejoin his pals and game with them, we feel would be just a massive benefit in his battle against cancer. Grace, just along the corridor from Benji, is in the teenage cancer wards, and her neuroblastoma has returned. So she has been in before, unfortunately, has to go through it again. She knows what it's like to have cancer treatment, and virtual reality helps her relax before her pre-op, before her treatment. It just transports her to a different sort of world, and helps her relax and not think about what's to come. Lukash in the top left is the last patient I'll talk about. He is from Edinburgh, and he actually got a kidney transplant on Valentine's Day. He called his new kidney Valentino, which I thought was just brilliant. Just slightly out of view, he's playing in one of the mobile gaming carts. He's playing Cuphead. I'd never heard of Cuphead before we came in, but he took great delight in telling me all the lore of that game. Really, really likable guy, just full of the jokes, full of the patter. He was obviously on dialysis before he got his new kidney, which can take 6+ hours every day. When you factor in the travel to and from Edinburgh to Glasgow, that's about 10 or so hours, maybe just shy of that. It's pretty much his whole day. So having a gamer that can spend time with him, let him unwind and tell him how excited he is to get his new kidney would help a lad like Lucas. So, with that all being said, I want you to sort of think about which of those 5 stories resonates most with you, and feed that back to your team. I know some of you might be in a team of 1 and some might be in a team of hundreds, but everyone has something that they could offer, and we'd be grateful for absolutely anyone that would like to get involved with Games for the Wains this summer and autumn. Ways that you could help. Karina, whereabouts are you? There she is. Karina leads Neon Hive, the Glasgow PR agency that have been working with us. The little quip that I've thought of is that they're like Monsters Inc., the way that they're opening doors for us. So a massive thank you to Karina and the team for that. If you would like to join the Steam sale that we're planning, then just see Karina during the break. We are looking for developers who'd like to offer their games up for a sale in September, with a percentage of the proceeds coming to Glasgow Children's Hospital charity and the patients that you've just heard about. Other ways that you could participate: we have our own raffle that's going to be from the end of May to mid-June. We're looking for prizes for that. So if you have anything of value that you would like to donate to the raffle, then just come see me. That would be massively appreciated as well. We're also looking for sponsors. A massive thank you to Ninja Kiwi, who are on board with sponsorship as of the last week. It feels amazing to have such a talented developer to be behind us in that regard. But we're also looking for more if anyone would like to be part of that. Apart from that, it's really just fundraising. We would love for anyone to have a charity stream within their organization. If you have a good streaming setup, if you like to do it recreationally, then why not do a charity one for the children that you've just heard about? We're also looking for anyone who would like to do things like tournaments, LAN parties, games days at your work. Can even be board games, D&D, anything that you're into, or at night with your family and friends. Every single pound counts for Games for the Wains and helping to level up the gaming experience for children in Hostel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Stephen. That was wonderful. And if everybody saw, Karina's just over there if you want to have a wee chat about how you might be able to help out as well. All right, we're about to break again. So before everyone heads off, I just want to say another special thank you to a few of the sponsors of tonight's event. So a big thank you to Hyperluminal Games, Ninja Kiwi, and Keelworks. Much appreciated that you're helping us out. All right, everybody, you are now free to go for a wee break. We'll be back here again at 7:30 for the next block of talks. Hi. Uh-huh. Yes. Uh-huh. Oh. I did just get an invite. So, yes. Hello. Right. Yeah, you're just up the road from me. I actually live on Renfrew Street. So. Ah, okay. Right. No worries. If you wanted to ask about anything in particular, I mean, once I've added you, I think you can. LinkedIn's a bit of a pain in the butt where you have to be accepted before you can message somebody. Let me just add you right now. If you have anything that you want to specifically want to talk about, then just feel free to message me so that we're connected. Oh no. That's fine. Okay. Yes, as I'm trying to do, I've like lost the mouse on the screen, but once I Hello. We're about to get started again, so if everyone could get settled, that would be lovely. Oh, you're so good. Thank you. Just silence. All right. Welcome back. So we are beginning our 7:30 block of talks now. Our first speaker is Phoebe Anderson, who is a game designer from Hyperluminal Games in Dundee, who's currently working on Venture Valley in collaboration with the Singleton Foundation for Financial Literacy and Entrepreneurship. Can Phoebe please join us on the stage?
Hi, I'm short. Hello. Hi, I'm Phoebe. Nice to meet you. Bit of backstory about me. I've been in the industry for just under 3 years now. I actually didn't come from a traditional games background. I studied film and media at university and kind of realized partway through my degree that I was using any opportunity I could to make my assignments about video games. And I had that kind of light bulb moment when I realized, oh, maybe this transcends a hobby for me, and I could see it as something I live towards. Like I want to help make games happen. But I didn't really know what kind of position I'd be suited to or what kind of jobs were out there. So I decided I would graduate from my degree and try and find any job I could in the industry. So after a year of unsuccessful job hunting, because it's never that easy, is it? I finally found a position as a QA, and I loved it. I was ecstatic. I was so happy to be in the industry, to be included, and to just have been accepted. Fast forward a bit. About a year, just over a year ago, I was asked if I would like to do some design work for a game I had been testing. And I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure, I'd love to try." I was given a dry run, and that went well. And then I got offered a position, and I'm just so overwhelmingly grateful that people had that faith in me and gave me that opportunity and just saw some potential in me. But I'm scared. I have fears. I don't have a design background at all, and I'm worried I don't deserve this, that I'm not learning fast enough. There's too many gaps in my knowledge, and I'm worried that I'm going to eventually, inevitably, let down those people that put their faith in me. I kind of thought that over time, this imposter syndrome would get get better or go away. But actually, what happened was I just got ammunition to feed it, where it would like look through my old work and like pick it apart, like the backseat driver from hell. Um, so I was talking to some colleagues of mine about this, you know, overthinking and stuff, and I'm hoping this is uh, this is something that people can relate to. But I'm really sorry if it is, because wouldn't it be nice just for once to roll over and go to bed at night and not have to overthink every conceivably wrong thing you did in a day, just once? Yeah. Well, I was talking to some colleagues of mine and about this overthinking, and one of them just turned to me and said, "Have you tried exercise?" One, rude. Clearly, I am the peak of physical fitness. That's me on the left. And two, I hate exercise. I'm not good at it. I'm a hazard to myself and others. And yes, I do have the A&E history to prove it. But they were pretty persistent that it helps them and makes their brain less scary a place, and makes those, you know, makes those inside conversations that we all have less volatile. So I was like, okay. And I joined a gym. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I have a very tumultuous history with the gym where I've stopped and started many times in my life, starting when I was 12, and I could choose it as an elective during PE. And I would always choose it because, fun fact about the gym, you can't be chosen last for a team of one, in theory. But I go back to this gym after having this conversation with my colleague, and I'm reminded exactly why I've quit so many times in the past. It's loud, it's crammed, it's got really weird lighting, There's people hissing. Why are they hissing? What about a large object suddenly turns you into a snake, people? I don't understand. Um, and yeah, I'm really not enjoying it. And I've not stopped overthinking. In fact, now I'm not only just thinking that I'm not good enough, I'm also very aware that my body is not good enough because the person on the treadmill next to me keeps looking over in fear of the wheezing I'm making after 10 minutes of running. And I'm just about ready to like never try exercise again. That is until I get to this machine. Ooh, Comic Sans. That was just for UI artists in the room. I hope you appreciate that. This is the Concept 2 rowing ergometer, or rowerg. I hardly know erg. Sorry. It weighs in at just under 60 pounds. It has 10 different resistance settings. And if you take it out onto the water, it glides gracefully to the bottom. Doesn't float, don't try it. Yeah, so it's at this point, I'm going to ask some audience participation. So if you guys could just bring in the rowing machine, that'd be great. No, I'm joking. I don't have a budget. But if I could get a show of hands, if you've ever used one of these rowing machines before. Cool, great, okay. Keep your hand up if you've ever played the fish game on one of these rowing machines. Okay, significantly less hands. Right, for those who don't know, this is the fish game. You play as this fish. Your goal is to eat the small fish and the striped fish to earn points, and to avoid being eaten by the big fish with teeth, or else you lose points. You have 4 minutes to get the highest score you can. You row to go up the screen. You stop rowing to go down the screen. And I am playing this fish game during this workout from hell, and I am not thinking about how I'm not good enough. I'm just thinking about and all the times that I've gone to the gym. I've always picked up this game when I'm on this machine. And I've gone to a lot of different gyms in my lifetime and in different places. And they've always had this game available. But I never see anyone else play it. In fact, I do look a bit weird whilst I'm playing it and the person next to me is doing really serious, like back-breaking rowing. But nevertheless, I wondered if people knew about it or if there's any more information I could find. So I did what anyone would naturally do in that situation, and I took to the internet. And I couldn't find an awful lot online, if I'm honest. Through looking through a bunch of old manuals, I was able to find out that the fish game was introduced in the PM3 model of this machine, which came out in 2003. Which means the fish game is 20 years old this year. Whoa! Woo. Congratulations, fish game. What fortuitous timing on my part. It's almost like I planned it. I didn't. I really didn't, actually. But yeah, but I still wasn't very satisfied. I couldn't find out all that much more. So I did the next step. I contacted customer services. I did really do this, yes. Some poor person had to respond to my emails. I wanted to know who developed the fish game, if they knew, was it internal or external team? Like, was there any more information they could tell me? And I didn't really expect a reply, but I did get one from the lovely Nathan. And Nathan told me that the fish game was developed in-house by one of their long-term engineers, John Williams, who has retired a couple years back. This is the picture they posted on his retirement. Isn't it great? Look how dapper he is. What a guy. But yeah, other than that, the information Nathan could tell me, I'd already really found, so it wasn't a huge amount. But I was very interested in this high score because I am not competitive whatsoever, but I will crush it if it's the last thing I do. And I also really wanted to know if Nathan knew whether John had ever created any other games. Nathan said that, to the best of their knowledge, John never created any other games. Also, his high score was 3,240. Just as a bit of a comparison, that's my high score. So I'm practically there, really, just a smidge off. I did try and track down John Williams as like see if he had a presence online somewhere. But with a name like John Williams, I did not have a lot of luck. So I'm just going to presume that he's gone fishing. So what's the point? Why should you care about the fish game? Well, maybe you don't have to care about the fish game. Maybe I was given 10 minutes on a captive audience who had to listen to whatever I talked about. Suckers. No. My point is the fish game is flawed. For one thing, half the people who have used that machine have never heard of it or played it. It has 10 different resistance settings on that machine, but the fish game does not acknowledge it. So some person could be doing a really extreme workout using the fish game and get the same score as someone who just merrily rode along. Also, the respawn rate on the big fish with teeth, sometimes it's unavoidable, right? It is, it's not cool. But I don't care. I still love the fish game. I would defend it to anyone. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope that if I can enjoy it, despite the fact that it's not perfect, despite the fact that it has flaws, then I shouldn't be so scared to learn through doing, just like John did. So, what I would like to ask of you is to one, be kinder to yourselves, and to two, go out there and find your fish game. Go find that game or film or piece of media that isn't very well renowned or well known of or genre redefining, but lives in the recesses of your mind as something that you love, that you have fondness for. So go out there, go make, go do, go learn, go play, and most importantly, go fish. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that, Phoebe. That was wonderful. And as someone who also still 17 years into my career, still suffering from a little bit of imposter syndrome, I just want to say you can get by it. It's we're all there on the same boat, and honestly, we should all just be a bit kinder to ourselves. It's true. All right, so thank you. Next up, we have Amanda Ford, who is a games lecturer and founder of the Scottish Games Education Network. And you've been working to bring games education sector in Scotland closer together. Please welcome to the stage. There we go. Oh, you don't? That's why I can't find it.
That's why I can't find it. I don't have one.
On you go, Amanda.
And I'm even shorter than you. So there was a very interesting picture I got sent the other night of me next to the microphone. And it was practically, yeah. Joys of being wee. There we go. Sorry for whoever's after me. You're going to get a sore neck. Just while we're waiting, I'll just say the imposter syndrome thing. I very much feel that as a lecturer in a room full of games industry people. And one of my students kind of pointed out to me last week, yeah, those that can do, those that can't teach. And I thought, there's the door, pal, leave. Right, there we go. So yeah, I say I'm a games lecturer at college. And I've been doing this job full time now for a few years. I have worked between university and college at times, teaching games, but I'm focused now, obviously, at college. And one of the things that I've noticed is that we don't talk to each other enough, right? As lecturers, we simply do not communicate with people outside of our own little bubble, basically. So it's like the one or two folk that you work with. And for me, that was quite frustrating, starting off in my career, trying to find out, different things. How do my students move on at university? What kind of things do they need to know? So for that reason, I set up Scottish Games Education Network. And the purpose of that is simply just to get all us academics together, talking and, trying to help each other. There is only 6 colleges across the whole of Scotland that teach games development as a course. And there's probably a few more universities that teach, I can't remember the exact number, that actually teach games development courses. But yeah, we need to work together to solve, any problems that we've got. So that was my first step. And at Scottish Games Week last year, I launched at the Education Symposium, Scottish Games Education Network. It's just my way. It's a Discord network to start, but obviously we are planning more meetings. We've actually had our first meeting with just those who teach in college. And it's just a way for us to say, right, how can we make games education better? Things change constantly in technology. Okay, things are changing all the time. And how can we look at our courses and what can we do to adapt? In college, we are bound by every student's, every child's favourite three letters, the SQA. So we're bound by them. Basically, we have to follow their qualification, their syllabus, and there's nothing really we can do. That syllabus is now 13 years old. Now, doesn't seem a lot, but in terms of, tech, games, that's practically ancient. Okay, a lot has happened in the past 13 years. Okay, I was actually just saying to someone a wee while ago, 2009 was when I did my honours year, and back then we were using mobile phones, but it was Blackberries and stuff like that to actually program some games on. Things have changed an awful lot during that time, so we need to start going, right, how do we make this better? We're not going to change the world instantly, but we can start doing it one little bit at a time. So us working together, we've had a wee meeting and we are looking at obviously the course to say what can we actually change? What's the sort of biggest parts just now? What do our students need to know? And I've seen it, in Edinburgh, the talks, and just listening, team working it's a thing that all my students absolutely love to bits. They don't get why you need to do it, but we all work as part of a team, unless you're a one-man band, then obviously, but you've all got to work as part of a team and you've got to contribute to that team. So things like that, the softer skills, but also the kind of technical aspect of things too. Software wise, we've got to make do with what our machines run, and then they'll go and learn different things at university. But that's another thing where we're trying to get the colleges and universities to talk to each other as well, saying, is there anything that our students could be doing, to get them better prepared for coming to university? And one of the things that we are looking at as well is obviously, trying to get them not used to one bit of software, because they need to be adaptable. You've got to be able to know the fundamentals of your software rather than a specific bit. Yes, it's nice to know the software inside out. It's never going to happen. I've been using Blender for 3 years now, still probably only used about 10% of it. And before that, it was Maya. But I had to adapt, because COVID meant that when we went online, my students couldn't get access to Maya at home. So I then had to change to Blender, which I absolutely hated. But I'm 3 years in, I'm getting used to it. I know the shortcut keys now because they're completely different, obviously. So the point of this is we need to get everybody talking to each other, working together, making that transition between college and university a lot smoother as well. And that's why, we are working together. I've got the network set up. It's also about sharing good practice. One of the things that I do with my HNC class for graded unit is I get them, so they're in teams, and I get them to make a game for primary school. We work together with a local primary school, and we get the students to go and pitch their ideas to a bunch of primary sixes, because, if you want an honest opinion, who's going to give you it, right? Not your pals, not your mum and your dad. It's going to be a bunch of kids, right? They will tell you it like it is. So, yeah, it's nerve-wracking going to give that talk in front of a bunch of kids. Okay, it's a lot easier standing up here in front of you guys than it is a bunch of primary sixes. I can tell you that for nothing. So they do that, and then the kids will pitch in, they'll give them ideas. They'll maybe come up with some concept art for the students, and then a couple of months down the line, so it's actually happening in 3 weeks' time at the college, the children will actually come up from the school and they get to play test the games. So my students actually get to see their games being played. Again, it's a benefit. It's something that I've seen when I was working at Caledonian. There's a lot of good projects, and I think having a sort of a real kind of project and not just something that's been written in a bit of paper. There's been, you see industry projects at university. It's something that I think has a real benefit for students, so that they learn that, they've got to work for a client. And by giving them 9-year-olds, students actually need to learn what does, what can you put in a game for a 9-year-old? Because it's certainly not the same as what you can put in a game that you would actually like. So it's getting them to think about things like that. The playtesting sessions always go down really, really well. And I've passed that about now, and I know that a couple of my other colleagues are actually trying similar things now, just to sort of make the course, put something a little bit different into it. Because if you say to a student, go make a game, make a game on what? Right? What do you mean? We give them a theme every year. This year's theme is environmental awareness. And I was actually showing them a game from a few years ago where the theme was Paisley 2021. It was when Paisley was going for the bid, so they had to make games about Paisley. So my students feel like they've dodged a bullet there by not having to make a game about Paisley. They were complaining about their theme until they seen that theme. But it's, again, we work with the school to come up with these themes because it's quite important. So it's learning everywhere, and the kids are actually getting to see what it's like in an academic place as well. So when they come up to college, they've maybe never been to a college before. So it's getting them to visit these kind of places as well. So that's kind of my thinking behind getting this network set up. I obviously want to get industry involved as well, because we need to know what skills do our students need. There's no point us saying, right, we're going to get them doing X, Y, Z when you need ABC, right? We need industry involvement as well. The big debate that's going on just now is maths, right? What do you actually need from students for maths? I see some folk laughing there because we feel that the qualifications, especially at college level, just aren't quite fit for purpose. They need redone and more focus on vectors and matrices. But it would definitely be great, and I will be putting a call out just to actually get your input in this as well, because ultimately my students are your colleagues of the future. So we need to work together to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. So I'll just duck down a wee bit. Sort this out, sorry. All right, we are having a wee bit of a schedule change. Alistair, if you were noticing the schedule earlier, Alistair is running a wee bit late, so we are now going to be welcoming to the stage Anjali Shibu, who is a design assistant at Playground Games, and which is the home of Forza Horizon, which won BAFTA, the Best British Game. So please welcome to the stage, Anjali. PowerPoint's taking its time. Here we go.
Hello. Yes, that's me. So I guess the talk's done. I'm kidding. Hi everyone, Anjali. Again, third time now. How many of you actually have been here from like Dundee and Edinburgh? Just to, okay. So not all my jokes are stale. I'm gonna have to come up with some new ones on the spot. I'll give it my best try, right? So just for a little bit of context, I've been in the industry about a year and 2 weeks, literally, which is, yeah, I'm quite a greenhorn in the industry. And one of the things that I was asked when I was going to join the industry was, so how did you get here? And I was like, on a plane from India. I like got on a plane and then came to Scotland and then applied for a couple of jobs, and seemed obvious, but I don't know. And then it was like, well, I did my master's in Abertay, and that was in games development. And then before that, for 2 years, I did digital marketing and social media management. Okay, fair enough. That was a bit of a curveball. But before that, I did 4 years of like animation, 2D and 3D. I was going to be like the next big thing in Disney. That didn't happen. I didn't like people telling me what to animate. No, I was not okay with that. So I somehow found myself in the industry because of a 2-week course during my undergraduate degree. And it was great fun. And I made games for all of my animation projects after that. Should have taken a hint there. I didn't. Made projects throughout the time that I hated my career in like digital marketing. And then I was like, okay, we'll give we'll give games a try. And here I am, and I'm loving every bit of it. So when it came down to it, and I thought about, oh, but what should I talk to like a group of industry professionals and a couple of students? And I was like, well, things I wish I knew better before I joined the industry. How many designers are in the room, by the way? Ooh, I've got a tough crowd today. Okay. Okay, all right. Are you guys ready for this? This was the first thing. Yeah. For those of us not laughing, this is probably because you don't realize how much we use Excel in the industry, and it's one of the things no one talks about. So I was like, I know Excel, okay? It does the summation thing, and it does like the clicky thing, and then you get the numbers, and you do the other clicky thing, and it copies stuff, and it does cool things, right? And then like my colleagues were like, oh, did you know it can do like a bunch of other stuff as well? And I was like, no. And like you can like click in a box and then click in other boxes and like add them, and like it dynamically updates. And I was like, it can do that. And I learned so much about Excel, and I was like, do you know how much time I could have saved all these years when I was like crunching numbers? I don't think you realize. But yes, throughout the industry, you'll find, regardless of whether it's production, design, management, everybody is using Excel. So it was one of the things, and especially in design, because you use it to balance races, classes, characters, skills, special skills, economy, so many things are used, and you use Excel for that. And on a side note, because I'm a narrative specialist, a terrible example in practice. Please don't do this. These should only be one-liners. Don't even bother reading it because there's just so much text in there. You're not going to get through it. This was something I did as part of my master's project, where I was asked to write a GDD. A terrible example in practice, I say, because it's so wordy, but it's very useful for narrative design, because when you have multiple characters and you need to know what's happening in a campaign and how many of them have dialogues and you've accounted for, this is one of the best ways to do that. You'll also find across the industry, you'll use several different departments will be looking in through Excel sheets and trying to figure out their little bit of what they're doing. And you're all sharing Excel sheets. So please do brush up on that, and mention that maybe. Speaking of GDDs, for 3 months during my master's program, I was told, yes, you're a designer, you can do whatever you want for your project. It's like, right. So I'm a designer. What do I do? Design. I mean, yeah, like that seems obvious, like when I'm in a game and I do the gameplay stuff, but theoretically, as a designer, like, what do I do? Like a GDD, I guess? Okay, like that seems simple enough. So I'm going to do like a 4-player RPG that's single and a local co-op and multiplayer, and it's going to be really amazing, and it's going to be like completely female lead characters, and it's going to be really different. How is it different? It's because they're all female lead characters. They're going to be different races and different classes and stuff. Okay, needless to say, I never finished any of that at all. When I was writing the GDD, because it was way too big. And one of the things I wish people would say was start small. When you join the industry, when you're part of a project, that's when you actively learn about feature design, one-pagers, and so many other things. And it becomes so much easier then. But when you first start, a lot of these concepts can be really confusing. And I would have found it easier if somebody had told me, write a character sheet. Those are usually quite up to date, even if you're looking online for like examples and things like that. They make it so much easier. So start small, and it doesn't have to be unique. One of the best tools designers have is going and looking at competition and breaking down their designs. That is very much part of an important ecosystem, that you need to be able to understand your competitors. And like I said, if your idea doesn't have to be unique, go and look at what others have done. How can you do it better? And that brings me forward to being versatile. One of the things that is very, very obvious in the industry is, yes, you have to be adaptable. Everything's going to go wrong in a project. And you're like, I mean, yeah, that's kind of obvious, but nobody says that. One of the most important things is that your design, whatever it is that you're making, needs to be fluid. The more fluid it is, the better, so that it's able to evolve through the levels of production and constantly is able to evolve in ways that other people can use it. So if, say, UI needs to change in a certain manner, the design is able to evolve with it, as opposed to being the most restrictive thing. The more restrictive it is, the more more problems you've created for yourself, really. Again, when I say versatile, engines count as part of this. It's not just your brain and the ideas and how you're going to solve a problem. It's also about the tools that you're using. Many a times you'll find that in the industry you'll be using in-house tools that you've never touched before, and you're suddenly faced with this thing that somebody has created, and you're like, oh God, why? This was created 10 years ago. Someone update it, please. Anyway, side note. Try and use more tools, because you'll find it gets much easier to pick up a whole load of other things. I've used a lot of tools like Unity, Blender, Unreal, RenPy, Twine, and that's just to name a few. And I've constantly been learning and picking up. I used to do jams as a fun thing where I'd be like, yes, 48 hours, I'm going to pick up this new engine. I did make games, by the way, in that time solo. So that says something. And now that I've talked about everything that designers touch on and do, so what is a designer? What is and what do? A gameplay designer is, well, if we're going to break it down, shall we do this room then? This it was one of my favorite examples. When we break down the structure of the room, if you look at everything in terms of what you can see, the chairs, the tables, the textures, that's all going to be art and environment, and they will come in and they'll be like, we're going to set dress this, it's going to be little lights, and it's going to look really pretty, we're going to make it cozy. And level design will be like, yeah, okay, that's all cool, but you know what, we're going to make like that corner really difficult to pass by. There's going to be a lot of chairs, so like players can navigate if they want to, but they really wouldn't want to, because we're going to make it really difficult. And that's what level design does, plans out the parts and all of that sort of stuff. And then gameplay design comes in and they're like, okay, so we like this overall and overarching thing, but what we're going to do is we're going to have like the players stand up on stage and talk to a room that's not smiling whatsoever, right? And they're going to enjoy this experience, and they're going to think it's fantastic talking to a room where there's no laughs, no giggles. Yeah. Yes, they'll love it. I'm telling you, they'll love it. Like, no interaction with the crowd whatsoever. Yeah. So now that I've told you what a gameplay designer does, let's talk a little bit about job hunting and the role. So when I started job hunting initially, one of the things that I found really difficult was actually finding jobs for the role. So it's like I went on LinkedIn, I was like, right, okay, I'm ready. Gameplay designer, 200 results. Okay. Junior gameplay designer, 0 results. What? Okay. Gameplay designer, entry level 1. Okay, all right, cool. So you start sifting through a lot of these things, and then you'll find posts like product manager, design manager, and I'm running short on time. Thank God it's the last slide, guys. Ooh, lucky you. Gameplay designer, product manager, and you'll find all of these other weird titles. And somehow when you read the description, you'll be like, actually, that's a gameplay designer. And you're like, so you have to actually sift through titles now. You can't just be like, oh, I want to be a gameplay designer and look that up. And speaking to that, one of the really fun things for junior roles that I found was, yes, we'd like 2+ years of experience. Okay. Also preferably AAA. Need I point out that's like a mid-level designer at that point? I mean, it's one of those things that you realize that it's one of those really fun things on job posts, right? You have to start ignoring certain things, be like, oh, well, I don't have that. I mean, I have the relevant project experience. So I guess we'll go with that. And I'll finally end off with the argument of specialist versus generalist. In universities, a lot of professors and everyone will really push and say, be a specialist, specialize in something. Gameplay designers aren't really like, it's a specialization, technically speaking, because we're also generalists. You have to know what different departments are doing. There's a lot of tasks that you will end up taking yourself, and you have to know how to do a variety of things, and you have to be a generalist. But it's a specialization, but it's a generalist position. It's a fun one. You could go down a rabbit hole on that one. I've had fun with that, and I will end my talk right there because I'm out of time and I've run over. If you enjoyed that, keep in touch. I'll be around. Say hello, or don't. That's also perfectly fine. In this interactive experience, you do not have to talk to me. I've done my bit. I have forced you to listen to me. So now that we're done with this, thank you everyone. You've been a fantastic crowd.
Thank you very much for that, Anjali. All right, folks, that's the end of another block for us. So a couple little points from me. Of course, we have our usual thanks to our sponsors at the end of a block. So I want to say a big thank you to No Code, Outplay, and Johnson Carmichael for supporting the event. Thank you very much. Also want to remind people that we still have a bit of food left. It's open for anyone. If anyone is feeling peckish, please do go and help yourselves and help us polish off some burgers and wonderful kebabs. And that's it. We are about to go on break. We will be meeting up again at 8:30 here for the next round of talks. And if anybody's thinking, oh, it's getting a wee bit late, I do want to remind you that the last talk tonight is something really, really special. You're going to want to see the cooking robots. So stick around. All right. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone. Can everyone please start getting back to your seats and we'll get started in a second? All right. Thank you, everyone. So here we go. Next block of speakers is beginning. I would like to call Graham McKellen to the stage, please. Graham is the lead game designer at No Code, which is currently working on the upcoming Silent Hill Townfall. And am I right in saying, Graham, you don't have a presentation because there's not one on the computer for you? You do?
It's called
Okay, we might not have it in the folder yet, so here comes. Sona.
I've got it.
Yeah.
I could. You'd think after like 3 attempts at this, it would make it easier, but because I've got people watching me, it makes it all like I know that it makes it so much harder. Okay, thank you. And I've got a time. I need to keep my eye on the clock, otherwise I'll run over because I waffle. Okay, so my name's Graham. I'm a designer at No Codes, and oh my word, this is a very kind of big picture view of my professional career so far. 6 years ago, I made the jump from teaching in secondary school into full-time games design with No Code. I was given the opportunity by my brother and Omar to join full-time with No Code. And I left a job which was seen as a very, very secure job, a job I loved and a job I was very good at, but couldn't turn down the opportunity to work with my friends and family on some projects that really excited me. So what I want to talk about today is kind of my like the angle that my journey's come from. I didn't come from a design background, obviously, because of my teaching career. As Phoebe mentioned a little bit earlier, there was a bit of kind of insecurity there, I guess, a bit of imposter syndrome, as you would imagine, in turning up a job like this without that kind of formal background and education underneath you. But the reality is that no matter what job we go into or what we go into in life, we always bring a part of our background in there, and that colors and shapes your future. And that's valuable and unique and important, an important part of what you bring. So it wasn't obviously it wasn't like a clean cut jump. There was a bit of overlap between teaching and full time design in terms of my experience in games. It started off in 2013 at a game jam at Glasgow Cali, where my brother John invited me along for a bit of fun to go and make a game. It sounded good. I had no idea about what I was doing or what was involved in making games. I enjoyed playing games, but I had not seen behind that kind of curtain of games development. So we went in and I was involved in a small way, like paper design and working in spreadsheets actually. And we made something called Lovey Dub. And it did really, really well. It went on to actually win awards. We did a little bit more development on it, and actually brought it out an iPhone, and it won some awards, like I said.
And that kind of got the you know, it was the bug that kind of bit me and got me really interested in making something like that, making a game, making an experience. That happened for 3 or 4 years, and then Stories Untold came about, which again was born in another game jam. The first episode called House Abandon. Again, a little thing, and then it got a little bit of success. It kind of went a little bit viral, and we got some press out of it. And we were No Code, who was running for about 2 years at the time, I think. We're waiting for Observation, a pitch that John had put together to Devolver, waiting for that to be signed. It was going to take a while. We knew it was going to happen, but it was going to take a while for it to be greenlit. So in the meantime, we developed Stories Untold over about 6 or 7 months, I think it was. And I was involved in that in a kind of small way, you know, like a kind of night a week and some of the weekends, and then closer to the time where we released, I was getting more and more and more involved, and I was doing this alongside my teaching. And then at that point, I jumped across into full time and worked on Observation for a few years, and now we're working on Silent Hill, which is an amazing honor to be able to work on a title like that and a dream come true. Okay, so I am in the next 6 minutes going to bring to you 3 things that I learned from, well, 3 things that I learned or took with me from my teaching career, and I used as a kind of a platform to help me kind of make sense of what I was doing in game development. Things that I saw as a little bit of a kind of a parallel, and gave me something to kind of hook on to whilst I didn't have that kind of foundational knowledge of design. So the first thing is constructivism, which is something, a theory in teaching that you kind of learn on day 1 of teaching school. It's a very kind of wide, broad umbrella term for lots of different ideas, but to really kind of just boil it down, it kind of means 2 things. So first thing is that learning is an active process. So that means that if you want to learn something new, a new concept or a new skill, you have to be actively involved. You can't just absorb that information and expect to understand it. So that means asking questions or experimenting or prodding things or trying things out, doing things with that knowledge. The second thing is that learning is constructed. And what that means is that all learning is built on top of previous understanding and learning. So it's kind of like building blocks building up in your brain. And we talk about sometimes when we're trying to understand things, and we talk about that point where something clicks. That's when all those building blocks kind of all come together in a nice, neat, arranged pattern, because finally you found the key that adjoins all these different ideas that you've learned up over time, and they kind of come together in a nice way. And for me, these 2 kind of things and this idea of constructivism really had a massive kind of parallel with what I was doing in game design to begin with, and I kind of looked at things from that angle to start off with. In teaching, we would do, well, in games design, you do like game design documents, little pitches and stuff like that. In teaching, you do lesson plans, and they're very similar actually in concept. In a lesson plan, we start with the very first question is, the first question is, what is your lesson about? The second question is, what does your students already know? And you start from there. And you're trying to create an experience that builds on top of what they already know to get to the goal of how getting them to understand something new. And this quote, which comes from somewhere, I did a very bad thing and not actually include my references, which is a sin as a teacher, but it's true. Game experiences are defined by action and choice. It's all about learning. It's about poking and prodding at the universe that the game's created for you, and learning through your actions and the feedback that the game provides, how to play this experience, and you go on an experience with this. So this concept really kind of helped me kind of jump into designing experiences in games, and it's something that I hold on to now as a truth, which I fall back on a lot as I fill in the gaps of my design understanding. Number 2, jet skis. This has got very little to do with teaching, but it's actually to do with something that I remember thinking when I was at university and drowning in the numbers and the letters of physics and maths, and the functionality of it all. And I remember yearning for a creative outlet of something artistic. So I kind of got into a bit of writing and music and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I can't do a job that's all about function. I really want to do a job that's about function and art together, you know, like that kind of balances both. And teaching was kind of that for me. But design I see as this perfect balance, as Owen Wilson says, between form and function, where you get the art and the creative and the meaning of something, and to be balanced with the mechanics and the framework. And when those two things come together, there's for the games especially that we make, where narrative and design really want to have a close relationship with one another, and we want the design to reinforce the narrative and the narrative to do the same thing back, then finding our designs meeting this is a great moment when you can get them to balance out like that. So that's something that I remember from a while back. And the final thing in my last minute and 12 seconds is the reflective practitioner. So this is something that it's a habit that my generation of teachers, I think, started with. Maybe not, I don't know, but it felt like that. Where we were encouraged to constantly reflect on our own progress, I guess. I guess because teaching is such a performative thing, where you take your preparation, you take your knowledge and understanding, your skills, and then you have to perform up on stage, I guess, for 55 minutes and deliver an experience to children. That it's sometimes you can do it well and sometimes you don't do it well. And so we're encouraged to reflect upon each and every lesson, if we could, to look at things like what am I doing well? What am I really struggling with? And how can I develop? It's best doing these things with other people. We would often get together as teachers, or your line manager would help you with this, but it was something that became part and parcel of just being a teacher, where, and I'm going to go over a little tiny bit, but it was just part and parcel of just being of a teacher, just asking these questions of you and taking yourself personally away from the answers a little bit. So if you had a bad lesson, it wasn't about it wasn't that you're a bad teacher. It's just that you're struggling with this concept. You know, you've done well to get to this stage. Now it's about developing further. So I take this into what I'm doing now, and I still ask these questions. It's something that you'll do for the rest of your life, to try and improve at the things that you know you're struggling with, and to celebrate the things that you're good at. And finally, it's interesting how things that you worry about change over time. I remember when I was a teacher, I really worried about on day one was like, am I teaching the kids the truth? And that slowly changed into, don't worry about that. It's about relationships, and it's about helping the kids have an experience and a good learning experience. Now, these are the kind of things that I'm working now, like I'm thinking more about, is like learning these soft skills that I think Ross mentioned a little bit earlier are so important as a designer, as a game developer, learning to listen to one another and respect one another's skills, learning your process and other people's processes, and learning to contribute. These things sound really simple and airy-fairy, but they're actually core to making a game, because ultimately making a game is a collegiate process, and that's why it's exciting. And sorry for going over. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. All right, next up we have Mick Cook, who is was in the band Belle and Sebastian for 15 years and is now a BAFTA-winning composer at Make Fire Music. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Mick Cook. Do you have a presentation, or yours is the video? There we go. That's the backup video. Got it. Okay. All yours.
So hi. Yep, my name is Mick. Just looking at the size of these speakers, they're pretty big. Yeah, and I'm a composer, songwriter, and musician. Just put this up a wee bit. Here are some of the projects that I've worked on. I'm pretty new to the games industry, having only really started in February of last year on the Global Game Jam. For the last 10 years, I've mostly been doing kids' cartoons like Sesame Street cartoons. But being new to an industry is not new to me. I've worked in several different industries over the years, music, animation, TV, and the theatre. The title of my talk today is Get Out of the Office and Into the Springtime. This being a lyric from the song that got my band, Bell and Sebastian, onto Top of the Pops for the first time in the year 2000. Now, if you're wondering what being on Top of the Pops was like, it's every bit as fun and bewildering as you can imagine. So we were miming our song to a room full of teeny boppers who didn't have a clue who we were, but they were being made to dance anyway. Between the rehearsal and the recording, we decided to go exploring. Now, Top of the Pops at that point was filmed at the same place as where they shot EastEnders. So some of the band found the set and they broke onto it. They wandered into the Queen Vic, nicked some beer mats, and then someone took a piss in the middle of Albert Square. I don't know where I was at this moment. I wasn't there. Honest. The band's fun was curtailed by a security guard who duly rounded them up and locked them in a cupboard, and then phoned for the police. It looked like their fate was sealed until to the rescue came this guy, Jamie Theakston. Now, some of you may be too young to remember Jamie Theakston, but he was never off the telly at this point in time, and he was the presenter of the Top of the Pops that we were on. So anyway, thanks to Jamie, the band got away with it. We were able to mime to our song, so we did that, and then we headed off to the Top of the Pops bar. Yes, there was a Top of the Pops bar, where we got pissed with Chrissy Hind from the Pretenders, and then ended up in the corner of the Top of the Pops bar, singing loudly the backing track to a song that was performed that night by a female singer who at the time I had no idea who she was. But when I was researching this talk, I worked out it was actually Sia. Now, back in 2000, well, she wasn't doing as well as she's done since then. She's now written like Diamonds for Rihanna and performed Titanium with David Guetta and stuff. So, like, #1 artist. But back then, well, she was actually number 10. We were number 15. She was doing better than us, but she went on to bigger and better things, as indeed did I, standing right here in Drygate, Games Talks Live. Yay. But the question I often asked myself at the time, and even now, is how did it end up there on Top of the Pops doing all this mad shit? Well, to answer that question, we need to go back to 1994. This is what's happening in 1994. There's a new show on telly called Friends. You might have heard of it. A couple of bands called Blur and Oasis battling for the charts. And who was running the country? It was the Tories. Not much changes. But in 1994, I was in my final year at Glasgow Uni, and I'd stopped playing trumpet. I'd failed the audition for the university orchestra that year, and I was feeling pretty demoralized until my brother, who was playing drums in the university play at the time, called I Can Smell Licorice. He felt they needed a better trumpet player than they had in the band at the time, and started nagging me to come along to rehearsals. And I kept resisting. Eventually, I relented and had fun doing it and made quite a few friends and stuff, and thought a little more about it until about a year later, a guy approached me in the Grosvenor Cafe in Glasgow and said, "You play the trumpet. I saw you play in the university play last year. Do you want to play in some recordings I'm making?" Now, actually, I hadn't realized at the time that actually I was pretty much the 5th person he'd approached. But I learned this like years later. So I was kind of like the last ditch attempt. But it turns out this guy was Stuart Murdoch. And the recording he was making was actually Dog on Wheels, which turned out to be the first recording by a fledgling Bell and Sebastian. I ended up playing on the first album too, Tiger Milk, as a session musician, and was asked to join the band in 1998. and I was with the band for the next 15 years. So do get out of this office and do things. Things would have turned out pretty differently for me if I had not agreed to play trumpet in that play. Now I know what you're thinking. It seems from all this that I spend a lot of time reminiscing on past glories, but really I don't, or I try not to. As I mentioned earlier, I've worked in a few different industries. I actually started out studying pharmacology at uni, and I've never worked in a lab. Music's the thing that I've done for the last 25 years, but I'm actually in the process of starting a new career in tech. I've signed up for a 16-week coding bootcamp, and I'm excited about the possibilities. But I just want to talk a little bit about the things that I've learned about joining a new industry. And these are things I'm keen to remind myself of as hopefully I enter a new one. So I learned a lot of this when I wrote a musical comedy with a couple of friends and had absolutely no idea what to do with it. It was called Cannibal Woman of Mars. So what happened was I started writing this musical with a couple of friends, and we probably had about 4 or 5 songs written. And I had a meeting with someone at the BBC at Pacific Key about potentially writing music for kids' TV. She didn't have anything for me on that front, but she asked what else was I up to. And I said, well, I'm writing a musical comedy about cannibals. She was like, okay. Well, then she said to me, well, I'm actually good friends with the director of the National Theatre of Scotland. Do you want me to try and set up a meeting? I was like, I didn't want to tell her I'd never actually heard of the National Theatre of Scotland, but I said, yeah, sure, sounds good. So she did. So tell people what you're up to, because useful connections can come from pretty random places. Also, a recommendation from a friend is one of the strongest introductions you can have. So be friendly. And this turned out to be the case because we had a really good meeting with the National Theatre, and we ended up getting offered a development period. And this involved being put together with a dramaturg. I didn't know what a dramaturg was either. Don't be afraid to ask questions like, what's a dramaturg? Turns out it's somebody who helps you with your story arc. What's the story arc? The National Theatre development period ended in 2 days with a cast and director reading and singing through the musical, which was really useful. At the end of it, the NTS told us they had absolutely no idea what to do with the play. So basically, piss off, good luck. So what to do next? I mean, I didn't really know what to do next, but I thought, well, I'll try and set up some meetings. So I contacted various people in the theatre industry, and people were actually very generous with their time and agreed to meet with me and gave me lots of advice. Be prepared to speak to lots of people, find out how the industry works. And when I asked advice from these people, they were all successful people in the Scottish theatre scene. I found that everyone gave wildly varying advice. So I decided to take that advice and average it, which seemed to work out quite well. It seemed that everyone's pointing me towards the Tron Theatre, which is just down the road from here. So we set up a meeting with them, and which went well. And after some toing and froing, it took several months actually, they agreed to put on the show for 2 weeks during their summer comedy season. And that's some shots from the play. But in summary, that's a bushel, which is news to me. I always thought it was a bush. And that's a light. Don't hide that under that. That's me. That's my own trumpet. I think you know what's coming next. Do blow that. And finally, do this. Oops.
Get out of the city and into the sunshine. Get out of the office and into the springtime. Get out of the city and into the sunshine. Get out of the office and into the springtime. Get out of the city and into the sunshine. Get out of the office and into the springtime. Get out of the city and into the sunshine. Get out of the office and into the springtime.
From the All-Night Cafe in Glasgow, that is Bell and Sebastian. Next up a tune.
Thanks so much.
much for the little musical interlude there at the end too. That was lovely. All right, our second to last speaker tonight has had a bit of a nightmare getting here, but we're very glad he's finally been able to make it. So, Alistair Lowe, who is joining us from Low Tech Games, has recently spoken at GDC in Arcadia and apparently works far too hard on April Fool's pranks. Welcome to the stage, Alistair. Glad you could make it. All right, these are all out of order. Here we go.
Hello. Okay, where's the timer? Right, yep, I'm Alistair Lowe. Some of you have already met me. I run Low Tech Games. Here's a bunch of stuff I've worked on in the past. I've been in the games industry for just over 10 years. I'm going to talk about homebrew games today. Now, homebrew games are new games for old systems, most commonly NES, Game Boy, and Dreamcast, because the like lockout chip has been solved for all these, so you can do it without a modded console. This is a homebrew. My game Flea is a new game for an old system. Other thing is a bootleg. That's just like a pirate copy of a game. Sometimes people swap these names around, but it's wrong. There's also demakes for NES and stuff. I'm not going to talk about them too much, and they're on AliExpress and stuff. And yeah. You do get WYSIWYG editors for retro game development now. There's a whole bunch of different systems and stuff, and that's what I use because I'm not very codey. You can go down the code route if you want, but see your game in 5 years, I suppose. Yeah, it's cool to share this kind of stuff on whips and forums. What's this one? Yeah, please try to keep forums alive. I absolutely love like looking through forums and finding solutions. And yeah, if we just do everything in Discord, we kind of lose that. It's really hard to search on Discord for stuff. And you grow a community. You meet up a whole bunch of cool people, and then when you go to stuff like GDC and Playdate Meetup and whatever over there, you can meet a whole bunch of people. Most people start with a demo, then put it up on itch, and then share it in the forums and stuff. Then you kind of make sure the game is good. So how do you do that? You take it to like local gaming events, show it off. And then it's important to know that in that scene specifically, not every game needs to be like go to full release. Some of them are just tech demos, and that's really good for you for a personal journey, but it doesn't need to get the whole way. So yeah, you make your game, it's good, people like it, then you want to do funding. Most people do Kickstarters. There's a whole bunch of like successful Kickstarters for new homebrews. It's good to have a press kit, so just a place where press can copy paste images, story about your stuff, and it also helps you fill out your Kickstarter form. If you learn anything from me today, it's that when you do a press release, send it to this email address, and then it gets sent to all the press people. Yes, look that up. Yeah, you get like a daily mailing blast of all the cool stuff going on. So yeah, run 2 successful Kickstarter campaigns for NES and Dreamcast games. People ask me, how do you manufacture these days? AliExpress is really, really good. You can buy a whole bunch of like different colored shells for NES and stuff. So that's the shell covered. You buy an NES flasher, you can get for a bunch of different systems as well. You can make the boards yourself, then you can do cool stuff like this slow-mo one. But that's another rabbit hole, and again, we'll see you in 5 years. There is some off-the-shelf ones. I prototyped on the INL boards in the first place. They were the only ones available, and then the Broke Studio ones became available and were much cheaper, which was great. For boxes and manuals, you can find a local print shop and go down that rabbit hole, but again, time and money. Or there's this random guy in America called Frank that just does everybody's boxes over in America. And he'll email you on Kickstarter as well. And that's like on Kickstarter, even though you've planned out how things are going to work and budgeted everything, people will always message you saying, I could do that cheaper. Well, sometimes it's more expensive, but sometimes they just want business. But yeah, be aware that people will probably message you saying, I can do it, and be open to do that. That's what Broke Studio did. They reached out to me, says, we can do all of this, like, package for X price, and we'll ship it out and stuff as well. So I just went with that, saved me some effort. Then Limited Run is also doing more indie stuff recently. They became a bit more open to it, but the wait times are a bit bigger on with those guys. I did meet the guy from Brook Studio. He's based in France, but he did come here to get married. He really likes Scotland. He was thinking about moving here. And then, yeah, we could have a drink in the pub. Look for easy ways to port your games to new platforms. It's easier to port up than it is down. I remember when I was at school on the bus, a guy gave me a burned disc that said NES games on it. It ran on the Dreamcast, and it just had every NES game ever made. I was like, that could be an easy way to port. It was available on GitHub. It had a permissive license. So I paid a friend to make it easy to port NES games to Dreamcast without all the debuggy stuff that usually comes with open source emulators. And now that's available that anybody can use to port stuff, and it has been used on a few projects. Then that leads to how do you manufacture Dreamcast games? And that really is a rabbit hole. The main discussion is like duplication versus replication, which if you've never looked into like CD stuff before, this will be new. Duplicated is a burned disk, so that's like you burn it yourself. Here's the pros and cons. You can kind of see them. The purists kind of don't like this version, but it's more homebrew in my opinion. And then the other one is like a press disk, like it would be made in a factory, but it's quite costly if things go wrong. And I never really want to rock the boat with any of these big manufacturers. When I was doing Flea, Josh Prod was a place that was doing Dreamcast releases. Everybody said to go there, but they said they wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit. So I did it myself, just did a short run and burned everything myself. Then I met Wave at one of the game conventions, and we got together and made a pressed version for the second batch, and that went pretty good, and they're here today. And they're also really good at like marketing. Working with other people always just broadens your audience, and yeah, you just can shout about each other. It's great. I also did the same for Nest to Steam, but the license on that one was a bit less permissive, so we can't do any of the cool like Steam integration stuff. And in general, like Steam for retro games isn't the best. It's just not the right community. So in general, I think Itch is better than Steam. Itch does have like NES and Game Boy, and I'm sure as the other ones become more popular, they will add these tags as well. And people are used to paying like $10 for a game at a time. These are the kind of price range for physical complete in box games. We did also port to the Playdate, and we managed to get on catalog at launch, which was really, really good. There's currently no emulator for Playdate, so we didn't do it that way. There is this one that you can find, but it kind of doesn't work, and it's just a tech demo. Works in the emulator, but not on device. But we did have this guy, Valdir Salguero. He's the guy who coded Tapeworm, and he coded it in C. We knew C and NES and Playdate both supported C, so we managed to port it over in a night. He was a mental man. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, so it was really cool. Like converting the art over, we just add some bars up the side, and because it was like 1-to-1, we could control exactly what we were going to make the sprites look like instead of ditto patterns and stuff. I would recommend this to anybody who's going to do the same thing, but that's highly unlikely. Porting on modern consoles, I looked through a few places. Right Alika Games, I'd seen their games on sales and stuff, liked what they'd put out in the past. Reached out, and I also heard that they had an emulator kind of in the works. They were working on some stuff, and yep, it came through. Again, a bit of a long wait time on that, but it's up now. You can get it on PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, all the stuff. These guys are also doing stuff. They were a bit behind, but I think they're only publishing on the Switch. You can also like build a brand into the HD universe, and yeah, Tapeworm was a spin-off of Flea in the first place. Like going to conventions and fairs. Oh, it's going a bit slow now. Been on a whole bunch of things, met a whole bunch of cool people all around the world now, I suppose. And you never know who you're going to bump into. At Blackpool, I was absolutely done at the end of the day. And a guy came and asked me some questions. It turned out he was a writer for Nintendo Life and got a really cool write-up for it. And then that led on to like some other magazines and stuff. And again, Debug, the Wave, are also creating that. Sign up for all the things. Evercade was a kind of new handheld for retro games that were all licensed nicely. They did a really good job at like reaching out to influencers and stuff. So I reached out to them, and then that led to me getting the game on Indie Heroes 1, and then the new game on Indie Heroes 2, and then to a merch deal later on. I did give them away in the raffle yesterday, and the first time I saw my game in Argos, which was really cool. print on demand merch. It's easy to do. You just upload your stuff, and then people that like your game can have a shirt of it. You don't make much money from it, but it's good to have. What is this? And streaming stuff. So like Spotify for retro games, they're really loving the new games coming to their platform. And 1 month we were 4th most played on their platform, and they added Flea right next to Pac-Man on their thing, and they take this round the country with them. And so like they're helping me advertise myself as well, which is great. Jam JJ, they're like Pie Packer, but they're just not as good. Oh, I'm running low on time. Community bundle is really good. It means that you can like team up and all get paid together. So with combined marketing efforts. So now Tapeworm's on 9 platforms, 2 streaming services, and then it's coming to these 2 as well. For contracts for these kind of things, some deals can be a bit scary. I'm not a lawyer, and sometimes hiring a lawyer might not seem financially viable, and I would agree. But in cases like the Evercade, like not hiring a lawyer, they didn't pay much, but it was definitely worth it for the free marketing that they gave me along the way. Yeah, so get your friends to look over deals. Don't make exclusive deals. A lot of them will ask for this, and it's not worth it at the retro level. And make sure there's a clear opt-out cause. This is a lie. I've not got this book with me today, but I'm sure some of you have already seen it at previous events. Thank you.
All right, thanks again, Alistair, and everyone else who has spoken so far tonight. We are about to have another break. We are going to have quite a short break this time because we are wanting to get the cooking started soon. So I'm just going to do the last wee shout out to our sponsors tonight. So a big thank you to Proper QA, Tag Games, Rivet Games, and Speech Graphics. Thanks for your support. Everyone, you're now free to dash off to the bar, but we are going to be starting up again probably in about 10-15 minutes. We'll give you a shout when everything's ready to go. Thank you very much.